Základného útvaru hasičského záchranného sboru České republiky, třetí odborné školy požární ochrany a vyšší odborné školy požární ochrany a krajského úřadu Moravskoslezského kraje. Jeho eminenci Dominika kardinála Hutu, emeritního arcibiskupa pražského, policejního prezidenta generálporučíka Martina Vondráčka, generálního ředitele Hasičského záchranného sboru České republiky, generálporučíka Vladimíra Huta, ředitele Hasičského záchranného sboru Moravskoslezského kraje, brigádního generála Vladimíra Huta a ředitele krajského ředitelství policie Moravskoslezského kraje, brigádního generála Tomáše Krila. V tuto chvíli poprosím pan náměstka ministra vnitra o úvodní slovo. Děkuji panu náměstkovi a nyní dám slovo panu hejtmanovi. Děkuji panu hejtmanovi a o několik slov požádám pana policejního prezidenta.
Time it's do or die. So can you see the light? Whoa! 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 This fire keeps burning bright. Let's keep this fire burning. There's no way they can stop this. This fire keeps burning bright.
Členy jednotky sboru dobrovolných hasičů Okřenový Benešov a Petr Jašo, vedoucí krajského vzdělávacího a výcvikového střediska
A very good day, everyone, and welcome to the official English language live stream of NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days 2025, this belated 25th edition of this tremendous event here at Ostrava Leos Janáček Airport in the east of the Czech Republic, or Czechia, one of the leading military and defence and security events anywhere in Europe, one that's of course assumed a greater than ever importance in recent years, and so it is again in 2025. This Friday stream will be bringing you some of the aircraft arrivals and rehearsal displays here at Ostrava, leading into two very, very full airshow days over the weekend. And we'll also be seeing some rehearsals, I expect, of some of the ground activity and combined air and ground displays of a type that really are unique to NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days. I'm Ben Donnell. It's my great pleasure to be back here for the first time in 3 years to talk you through what is a really special event, and one that's rapidly become one of my favourites on the European circuit. I say it's a belated 25th edition of NATO Days because we were expecting to reach that milestone last year. Unfortunately, though, the 2024 edition of the show had to be cancelled due to devastating floods in this part of the world. So the quarter century is being notched up in 2025, and we're very much looking forward to it. Very different weather here at Ostrava compared with the last time we did an English live stream of the show in 2022. On that occasion, the conditions were decidedly chilly over the two weekend days, with the air temperature when the wind chill was factored in the low single figures, but no such problems this year. We're set for 3 beautiful days, albeit 2 increasingly windy days, I believe, over the weekend. Currently in the circuit, as you may have seen, the Turkish Stars. The Turkish Air Force aerobatic team with their Northrop NF5A and B 2000 Freedom Fighters, making a very welcome return to this show. In fact, not a display team I have seen for quite a long time. And we've got participation from, in total, or at least expected, 18 nations across the air and ground displays, with the addition of Portugal, whose C-390 transport we're expected to see as one of the arrivals later on today. Also with some extensive Royal Air Force participation from 2 of the RAF's leading display teams, the Red Arrows and the Falcons. And in fact, we're going to be seeing the Red Arrows later in our live stream today. They are required to be one of the rehearsals taking place during the afternoon, the team having arrived here yesterday evening via a very impressive flypast over central Prague in company with some Czech Air Force Gripens. And as far as the Czech military itself is concerned, we've got potential last displays from the W3 Sokol helicopters, award winners of course at the Royal International Air Tattoo earlier in the year, and some firsts. More of that later on. We'll be seeing some of those types landing in and also taking part in our rehearsals. A rehearsal of one of the ground attractions taking place in front of us now, involving representatives of the local police. This is very much one of the essential features of NATO Days. We have some very interesting and very well coordinated ground displays from various armed forces, largely those of the Czech Republic, but also with some Polish involvement this year, but also by non-military organisations, the likes of the police forces, the customs service, and the Castle Guard as well. All of that to come over the 2 days. And we will be seeing a couple of practices taking place later on. The scene you can see at the moment taking place right in front of my commentary point here, looking out over the ground display area on which that action will be taking place. Quite an interesting layout here to the site. The display line is not parallel with the main airport runway. It in fact runs parallel to the end of the ground display area, so straight in front of me. The display is scheduled to take place in between various civil airport movements, because this is quite a busy airport in its own right, Leos Janacek Airport. The main commercial airport in this part of the country, with scheduled and charter services, but also quite a lot of aviation businesses, and you'll see in particular representatives of the Airbus A320 family parked in the background. Now, with the proviso that an arrivals and rehearsals day such as this can be a bit of a movable feast in terms of the timings at any air show, it might be useful for me to run through what we expect to see in terms of some of the highlights of the arrivals and the practice displays during our live stream. We'll be staying live, we expect, until after the rehearsal by the Turkish Stars, which is expected to finish just after 5 o'clock local time. In the meantime, the next rehearsal we're expecting should be at about 1:45 local time here. That's the Italian Air Force F2000A Typhoon. Then, and these are all, as I say, local times here in the Czech Republic, at 1:05 we have the Italian Air Force T346A Master. We've also got a rehearsal from the Slovenian Air Force Pilatus PC-9M Hudornik at 1:30 local. Looking further ahead into the afternoon, the Czech Air Force Mil My 171 solo display will be rehearsing at 14:25, and then at 14:55 local, the Red Arrows will be giving their rehearsal performance. The Aero Vodoki L39 Skyfox, as the L39NG model of that famous Czech jet trainer is now known, that I expect to be practicing on arrival at about probably 3:30 if all goes to plan, and then at 3:40 local we'll be seeing a rehearsal of one of the combined air and ground displays, this involving helicopters from the Czech Air Force that we've not seen before in the NATO Days flying display. And another first for this show is the display from the Italian Navy AV-8B Plus Harrier 2. Italy, the partner nation for NATO Days 2025. The show always has a partner country which makes a special contribution across the air and ground displays. This year it's Italy, and along with the displays from the Reparto Sperimentale Volo Flight Test Centre aircraft, the F-2008 Typhoon and T-346 that I just mentioned that we are expecting to see during our stream today, and the C-27J Spartan, which rehearsed here a little while ago, the Italian Navy taking part in the flying display for the first time with a very rare Harrier performance. That, as I say, at 5 to 4 local time here. Then it's the Slovak Air Force UH-60M Blackhawk rehearsal at about 10 past 4 local, and then the Turkish Stars rehearsal finishing off our live stream, we expect, and that will be kicking off at about 25 past 4 local time. I mentioned the fact that we'd be seeing some Czech Air Force helicopters not hitherto represented in the flying displays here at NATO Days, and there is one of them landing on now, the AH-1Z Viper. The last time I was here at this show, we saw one of the final performances from the MIL Mi-24V Hind in Czech service. Well, this is its very charismatic replacement, taxiing in there to join the static display, because the AH-1Z that's going to be taking part in the flying display, in which we should see in a rehearsal later, is already here and parked on the far side of the field. And with it, the other new Czech Air Force helicopter type, the UH-1Y Venom. There's another aspect of the Czech Air Force's modernisation of its helicopter fleet, seeing the withdrawal from service of the Mi-24V Hind. Classic MIL helicopter types still very much part of the Czech Air Force inventory, as we'll be seeing represented later on when we see a rehearsal from the Mi-171S. A view there of some of the other static display participants, the two-seat TAV-8B Plus Harrier 2 of the Italian Navy's embarked air group, and also an Italian Air Force C-130J Hercules, another part of Italy's partner nation contribution to this show this season. Manx registered TBM 930 single turboprop executive aeroplane touching down on the main runway. And that very anonymous looking Airbus A320-200 now on the runway is owned by Smart Links. And I believe that A320 outbound from here, heading to Zakynthos on a Smart Wings service. I expect we'll see a few such movements during the course of the day. There's the Italian Typhoon backtracking the runway. And this first rehearsal of our live stream this afternoon will, as much as anything, apart from allowing you to see this very impressive display, give you a bit of a sense of the lie of the land here at the NATO Days venue that I was explaining earlier, with the display line very much offset from the main runway, and that meaning that quite a lot of the aircraft don't go straight into their display in the conventional sense. It requires at least a positioning turn. And here it is on the roll, the Italian Air Force Eurofighter F-2000A Typhoon. With an inverted pass is Reparto Sperimentale di Volo test pilot Major Mattia Nucciarelli. Negative G outside turn with a bit of fuel venting from the fin top as it entered the turn. conditions today at round about 5,000 feet there. Pulling the aircraft into a minimum radius turn. In now at around about 420 knots and 500 feet for what should be a triple roll. Speed off now, slowing the Typhoon down to some 120 or so knots, and we'll see the nose of the aircraft at about a 23 or 24 degree angle of attack through at circa 600 feet for the slow fly past. Speed loop, again topping out at some 5,000 now, once again to 500 feet. Afterburner on the two Eurojet EJ200 engines disengaged, and this time it's a slow roll. On the way out of that half Cuban, pulling then into a cloverleaf. there going into a maximum G turn. But now pouring on the power, coming down to 300 feet and accelerating the Typhoon to 600 knots. That's about Mach 0.92 for the fast pass. Slowing the aircraft well before the end of the display line and pulling up into a half Cuban. For a reposition. I say that because, as I described, we have this unusual show layout here, so that final manoeuvre transitioning straight into his landing approach, putting the gear down. Pleasing and very impressive rehearsal, Major Mattia Nucciarelli from the Reparto Sperimentale di Volo, the Italian Air Force Flight Test Centre at Pratica di Mare. One of three displays along with the C-27J and the T-346A Master that they will be presenting over the weekend here at NATO Days 2025, part of Italy's partner nation contribution to the show. This is, as I say, the official live stream of NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days 2025, being provided by Planes TV, who've been the event's live broadcast partners for a good many years now. And a big hello to all of you watching on Planes TV, wherever you might be doing so on this Friday afternoon. And Ian from Planes TV has asked me to say a very special hello to Chris, who moderates the chat. Hello Chris, thank you for what you do. Hope you're enjoying the show as much as the rest of us watching. Smart Wings A320 service getting airborne. Flight 7 Charlie Hotel to Kos in Greece. Our next scheduled rehearsal, another of the Reparto Sperimentale di Volo aircraft, the Leonardo T346A Master, and I expect that to follow our next arrival, which is from the Belgian air component, a Falcon 7X VIP transport. Two of these three-engined long-range corporate jets being dry leased by the Belgian Ministry of Defence from a company called Lux Aviation. They've retired now the earlier Falcon 20 and Falcon 900B models, operated by 15 Wing of the Belgian air component, which increasingly calls itself the Belgian Air Force again these days, based at Melsbrook Air Base in Brussels. It was in April 2020 that the first of the two 7Xs was taken on strength by Belgium. The aircraft still civil registered, but they have now received a governmental colour scheme, continuing a long tradition of operating the Dassault Falcon family on VIP transport duties with the Belgian Air Force and air component. And with the Belgian Falcon 7X on the ground, the tower here at Ostrava has given clearance to line up to the Italian T346. I'm told just a short delay to the T346 rehearsal. We can see it actually backtracking now. It was given permission to enter at the other end while the Falcon was backtracked. And there is the Falcon taxiing into the static park here. We're on the opposite side of the airfield from the main terminal building here at Lithuanian Airport. Our location here, about 20 or so miles southwest of the city of Ostrava. This, for many years, a Czechoslovak and later Czech Air Force base, Moshnov Air Base. That facility now closed. The modern-day airport taking its name from the famous Czech composer Leos Janáček. We're in the Moravia region of Czechia, or the Czech Republic here, and he was very much influenced in his playing by the music of Moravia. And so very apposite that the airport should have been given 19 years ago its current title. And getting straight away on the roll then, the Italian Air Force Leonardo T346A Master. 18 of these aircraft in service with Italy's Aeronautica Militare. Very impressive advanced jet trainer, power from a pair of Honeywell high-tech F124 turbofans. Flight Test Centre, the Reparto Sperimentale di Volo. And another of that unit's test pilots, Major Dario Del Nero, is at the controls. I say there are 18 of these aircraft in service. That's very much so far, because Italy's buying more of them, not least to re-equip the national aerobatic team, the French Tricolori. And it's intended to end up with a total fleet of 42. These aircraft very busy training pilots, not just for the Italian Air Force, but also other international air arms via the International Flight Training School based at Lecce Galatina and run jointly between the Air Force and the aircraft's manufacturer Leonardo. Out at about 2,500 feet there in that half Cuban. And now describing 2/4 of a cloverleaf. The apex about 3,500 or so feet here. This aircraft really a very good example of the state-of-the-art in the modern day advanced jet trainer market. A highly capable aeroplane, very well suited to preparing pilots, in the case of the Italian Air Force, to move on to the F-2000 Typhoon that we saw earlier, or the F-35A Lightning II. Which is also being provided here by the Aeronautica Militare for the NATO Days static park. head on towards the display centre point, now briefly at 300 feet before pulling up. And using that Immelmann manoeuvre to change direction. And to put the aircraft into landing configuration. And they're now heading round behind the display site on the downwind leg prior to landing. Very popular aircraft on the export market, this T346A, incidentally the Italian Air Force designation, known by its manufacturer as the M346, and by various other designations with some of its customer nations. The Hellenic Air Force has the type in service. They've given it the nickname Silver Hawk. It's the Lavi to the Israeli Air Force, and the Bielik to the Polish Air Force. The type also in service with Qatar and Singapore. Austria and Nigeria have also signed up, and they're a very good demonstration of the qualities of the T346A master from Major Dario Del Nero of the Italian Air Force Reparto Sperimentale di Volo. And I'm delighted to say that over the weekend, commentary for the 3 Reparto Sperimentale di Volo displays will be provided by a very familiar voice to many of you watching this live stream. I'm sure if you go to or watch the live streams of the Royal International Air Tattoo, you'll know Mike Palumbo, who's the regular commentator for the Italian Flight Test Centre aircraft. He is here at NATO Days, and he'll be talking you through their 3 displays. Among our upcoming arrivals, I can see that the 2 aircraft we're due from the Lithuanian Air Force are both in the vicinity of Ostrava. Namely the AS365N3 plus Dauphin and the LET L410 UVP Turbolet. The L410 currently behind the pink Skyvan camera ship, which is capturing air-to-airs of some of the arriving aeroplanes. A very warm welcome if you've just joined us here on this Friday Rehearsals and Arrivals live stream from NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days 2025. More rehearsals going on for some of the ground parades that are going to feature over the weekend. Some activity out on the tank exercise area as well, which is a very popular, very noisy, often very smoky part of proceedings, with a larger amount of pyrotechnic accompaniment to some of the displays. And there's the L-39C Albatross of the Slovak Air Force joining us for static display. Quite a big contribution to this event from the Slovak Air Force, with UH-60 Blackhawks in both the flying and static displays. And over the weekend we're due to see a formation from two of their new F-16s making their international debut at this show.
Dámy a pánové, dejte se strapem krajského ředitelství policie Moravskoslezského kraje, hasičského záchranného sboru Moravskoslezského kraje, záchranného útvaru hasičského záchranného sboru České republiky, střední odborné školy požáru požárek a střední odborné školy požáru ochrany a krajského úřadu Moravskoslezského kraje.
Our next rehearsal then, shortly to get underway, starting its takeoff roll, the Pilatus PC-9M Hudornik of the Slovenian Air Force. Now this is the first time for a very long time that we've seen a Slovenian PC-9M on one of our full live streams, not in the hands of the very familiar and multi-award-winning at the Royal International Air Tattoo Slovenian PC-9 display pilot, Captain Andrei Fiorelli. This is Captain Lynn Regali at the controls of the aeroplane today, but still from the same unit, of course, the 152nd Fixed Wing Squadron at Czech Republic. But a similar display profile and one of the main features of this display, which really is outstandingly well executed and flown, is the fact that you very rarely just get a straightforward loop. As there, for example, you get a loop with one roll at the apex. This aircraft is constantly on the move throughout this sequence. Here's another really good example of that, going vertical. A full roll in the vertical, and that leads into a stall turn with another full vertical roll on the down line. This is by no means the most powerful aeroplane that you'll see in the display over these 3 days. 950 shaft horsepower from the Pratt & Whitney Canada PT6A turboprop. But it's able to maintain a lot of energy through this routine. Really good example of that here with this vertical S with a half roll after both of the half loop portions. And out of that into a spin, 4 and a bit turns.
Velitel centrální hasičské stanice Sendek Místek, nadporučík Bogdan Sikora, velitel hasičské stanice Sinec, raporčík Martin Šváreček, operační technik hasičského záchranného sboru Moravského kraje, Jindřich Šefek, člen jednotky sboru doprovodných hasičů Ostrova Benešov, a Petr Jakov, vedoucí tradičního vzdělávacího a výzkumného střediska zdravotnické záchranné.
A very nicely executed tail slide.
A Jindřich Míštekovi byla medaile udělena za záchranu života při povodní. Gratulujeme ocenění a děkujeme panu hejtmanovi za podání medailí.
The aircraft now in the landing configuration and performing a roll with the gear down and smartly retracted. This is the most potent fixed-wing aircraft in the relatively small Slovenian Air Force inventory. Used for training purposes, for which the PC-9 was designed, but also as a light air defence aircraft. They fly regular intercept exercises. They also help train forward air controllers. They perform close air support, light attack, convoy protection missions as well, and armed reconnaissances, various forms of armament, bombs, sidewinder air-to-air missiles, gun pods and unguided rockets, all capable of being carried.
Ocenění jsou důkazem, že odvaha a čest nejsou jen slova, ale skutečné hodnoty, které mohou připravit a udělat člověk, jestli není složí svůj vlastní svět. Noví policisté a příslušníci hasičského záchranného sboru se světem zavazují chránit naše vlastní životy a bezpečí nás všech. Nyní prosím Dominika kardinála Duku o požehnání nových příslušníků do jejich služby. Děkujeme, vaše reverence. V tomto okamžiku slúžili ke složení služebního slibuji na svou čest a svědomí, že při výkonu služby budu nestranný a budu důsledně dodržovat právní a služební předpisy, plnit rozkazy svých nařízení a nikdy nezneužiji svého služebního postavení.
And a wing rocking pass to conclude the display. A rather modified profile compared with that of our familiar friend from many air tattoos, Andrea Fiorelli. Perhaps one might say some of the more demanding negative G manoeuvres and the very elongated slow roll not evident here, but still a very, very polished presentation indeed from Captain Lynn Regali of the 152nd Fixed Wing Squadron, Slovenian Air Force, with the PC-9M, known as the Hudornik or Swift in Slovenian service. Very creditable contribution made by the Slovenians to the European air show circuit, when you consider that there are just 10 PC-9Ms on strength with the Air Force, so bringing even one of them to a show like this represents quite a considerable commitment.
V tuto chvíli požádám ředitele krajského ředitelství policie Moravskoslezského kraje, brigádního generála Tomáše Kužela o pár slov. Děkuji panu řediteli za slovo. Slavnostní část dnešního dne se blíží ke svému závěru. Dovolte mi nyní předat slovo hejtmanovi Moravskoslezského kraje Josefu Dělikovi, který s tím projevem slavnostně zahájí dnešní druhý den dnů NATO a dnů vzdušných sil armády České republiky. Na jeho projev naváže tradiční slavnostní výstřel. Dny NATO v Ostravě a dny vzdušných sil armády České republiky jsou slavnostně zahájeny. Velice všem děkujeme za pozornost a vzácným hostům za účast na slavnostním aktu. Dámy a pánové, dejte čest pracujům krajského ředitelství policie Moravskoslezského kraje, hasičského záchranného sboru Moravskoslezského kraje, záchranného útvaru hasičského záchranného sboru.
Looks like the Lithuanian Air Force L410 UVP Turbolet will be our next arrival, one of two of these Czech-built twin turboprop light transports in service with the Lithuanians. The aircraft operated by the transport flight, the Transporto Escadrile at Šiauliai Zokniai Air Base. That really the main base of the Lithuanian Air Force. Their helicopter flight also stationed there, and the Lithuanian Air Force's other contribution to this show, the AS365N3 Plus Dauphin, which will shortly be landing after the L410, is another representative of that unit. And in fact not a landing immediately for the L410, but a spirited wing rocking fly past and break into the visual circuit. Slightly lower fly past height than would be permitted on an arrivals day at a British air show. Very versatile type, the L410, still being manufactured in upgraded form, the L410 NG by Czech company Aircraft Industries. That variant first flew 10 years ago. And in its existing variants, the L410, still an important part of the Czech Air Force inventory. They still operate the L410 FG photographic platform. We saw one of those at the Royal International Air Tattoo very welcomely. Also on the strength of the Air Force's CLV Flight Training Centre. And we'll see other aircraft from that unit with us later on for the static display. And yesterday we had a very smart grey silver painted VIP transport aircraft from the Czech Air Force L410 fleet with us as a visitor. I have very fond memories of the Czech Air Force. I think a 4-ship display team of these twin turboprop light transports, one of the more unlikely display team aeroplanes I think I've ever seen. 4 of them named the Šoby Quartet after the team founder, Lieutenant Colonel Josef Šoby, flying with coloured smoke no less, and performing 4-ship bomb bursts at the end of what was an excellent display that we saw a few times in the UK in the early 1990s. I'm told that you can actually watch footage of that Czech Air Force L410 display team of the past, the Shobby Quartet, on the International Air Tattoo 93 programme that's on the watch.planestv.com streaming service. I really would recommend that you take a look at that programme, not least for the four-ship let team display. That was their first time in Britain, and very, very good they were. There's the Lithuanian Air Force L410 UVP landing on then. The Lithuanian Dauphin has finished its session with the pink Skyvan camera ship, so that is on its way to us. In fact, I tell a lie, it's not the pink one, it's a rather attractive multicoloured example of the Shorts SC7 Skyvan that's our photo ship today. So the Dauphin has finished its session with that and will be on its way to us. And also heading our way is the Summit Air Dornier Do 228 twin turboprop, which is the support ship for the Royal Air Force parachute display team, the Falcons, who are attending for this weekend. Another aircraft from the Czech Air Force Flight Test Centre there, the Zlin 242 Zeus, with another extremely low arrival pass. This is the 242L model, and this is another indication of the upgrading of the whole of the Czech Air Force, which is very much an ongoing process, including the CLV, their flight training school stationed at Pardubice, from which airfield you can see on the watch.planestv.com service footage of the aviation fair show that was held there earlier this season. Eight brand new Zlin 143 and 242 primary trainers are being supplied by the manufacturer to LOM Praha, the civilian contractor which provides the CLV training school. And we'll see further evidence of that later with the new L-39 Skyfox jet trainer. That's the new name for what was the L-39NG, which we've seen demonstrated by its manufacturer, Aero Vodoki, at previous editions of NATO Days, and will again this year. The Zlins form an important part of the CLV flight training syllabus. The students spend about 50 hours training on the different Zlin models in order to obtain their military pilot's license. That in the second year of the course, followed by the third year syllabus with about 30 to 50 flying hours as part of their ongoing training, building their skills flying in formations, flying in aerobatics. And it's really for that slightly more advanced stage that the 242 model comes in. On into the fourth year, the students move on to the new L39 Skyfox. And here at NATO Days, which is also the 16th edition of the Czech Air Force Days, combined now with this event, there's going to be a special area of the ground displays dedicated to the modernisation of the Czech Armed Forces. And that not only in terms of air assets, but ground-based ones as well, several of which we'll see demonstrated in the ground displays in front of us here too. Really nice to see Zlin still thriving in the modern era, such a great tradition of aircraft manufacturing in what was Czechoslovakia, and such a great lineage of Zlin basic trainers and aerobatic aircraft. There then the AS365N3 Plus Dauphin of the Lithuanian Air Force. 3 of these in service. The parent unit being, as I mentioned earlier, the Šiauliai based helicopter flight, but there are also search and rescue detachments at 2 other locations, Nemirsäter and Kaunas. quite a late addition to the participation here at NATO Days 2025, nearly with us from the Portuguese Air Force in the form of the Embraer C390 Millennium twin turbofan transport. Portugal, one of the partner countries in the C390, or KC390 as it's also known, programme, as indeed is the Czech Republic, so a very good reason for the aircraft to be exhibited here. OGMA of Portugal builds such major airframe items as the fuselage side sponsons and the centre fuselage. Aero Vodoki builds rear fuselages. All of this, of course, for one of the most successful aircraft of Brazilian manufacturer Embraer on the global market that there's yet been. Portugal started taking these aircraft into service in 2023. Also in use in Europe with the Hungarian Air Force, and both the Royal Netherlands Air Force and the Austrian Air Force have ordered it as a replacement for their C-130 Hercules fleets. The Portuguese C390 then, setting up on final approach, operated by Esquadra 506 at Beja. Portugal's contribution to the static park at NATO Days 2025 then landing on with us. Very interesting aeroplane, the C390 or KC390, slotting in just above the C130J Hercules on the airlifter market, but of course being a jet it's faster, also incorporating an air-to-air refueling capability. Very capable aeroplane indeed. Rotors turning on the far side of the airfield. The Czech Air Force Mil My-171S, which will be giving its rehearsal display before too long. Meantime, out in front of us in the ground display area, or one of the ground display areas, because there's another one that's not visible to our cameras in another part of the showground. It looks like the Customs Service are getting ready to rehearse their capabilities that they'll be demonstrating over the weekend. An Embraer 170 of Polish national carrier Lot, inbound to us as the latest of our commercial movements. That on a scheduled service in from Warsaw. And here is a very interesting sight indeed, one I've already mentioned. This is the L-39NG Skyfox of the Czech Air Force's CLV Flying Training Centre, based at Pardubice. The first time that the new L-39, which used to be called the NG model, has been exhibited in Czech Air Force service here at NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days. We'll see it demonstrated in the air by its manufacturer. In fact, we're expecting to see that as a rehearsal later on. Totally new aircraft this, really, though it retains many design cues from the older and very familiar L-39 Albatros models. Much more efficient power plants than the predecessor versions. The Williams FJ44 turbofan now being used. It first entered service in Hungary and with the Vietnam People's Air Force in 2024. 4 aircraft ordered for the Czech Air Force, with an option for a further 4, and the last of them was delivered only last month during August. Back in February this year, the CLV training centre at Pardubice carried out its first training flight with one of these aircraft, and these more modern jet trainers will really be a much more effective way of helping pilots transition on first to the Gripen, and then from later in this decade and into the next to the Gripen's eventual successor in Czech Air Force service, the F-35A Lightning II. As far as the differences are concerned, well, they are myriad. There's a lot of use of composite technology in the Skyfox airframe. The airframe overall, as you could probably see there from its appearance, is much slipperier aerodynamically than the old L-39s. And of course the cockpit, very much more like those trainees will hopefully go on to experience in the current and next generation of Czech Air Force combat jets. Was an Embraer Phenom 300 business jet we saw departing there. A Czech-owned example operated by Atmospherica Aviation, which is quite a regular sight, this aircraft here. And next into us is the Dornier 228 twin turboprop transport from Summit Air, the Royal Air Force parachute display team, the Falcon's jump ship. The Falcon's very heavily reliant these days on civilian contractor aircraft to undertake their jumps. This is their main platform. Interesting company, Summit Air. It's headquartered in Yellowknife in Canada's Northern Territories. And it has a very diverse fleet, various examples of the ATR-72-8 and Avro RJ families on strength, as well as the Shorts SC7 Skyvan and the Dornier 228. This aircraft based at RAF Bryce Norton in Oxfordshire to support the Falcons on the Canadian register. Great aircraft, the Dornier 228. Very impressive short takeoff and landing attributes. Very advanced wing design, helping no end with that. There's the L-39 Skyfox of the Czech Air Force, taxiing in to join the static park. The KC-390, or C-390 by the look of it, has actually parked over on the far side of the airfield. The S-70 Blackhawk from the Austrian Air Force is in the vicinity, the next aircraft to join the Skyvan photo ship, so that should be an arrival before too long. Rotary wing action, I think in the meantime, will come from the rehearsal from the Czech Air Force Mi-171. And there it is in the air. Don't forget, coming up as among the highlights on our live stream, if all goes to plan, and of course the timing's very much movable on a rehearsals and arrivals day such as this. The rehearsals by the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows, that will be at about 5 to 3 local time, so we're looking out for that in roughly half an hour from now. The Italian Navy AV-8B rehearsal, that will be at around 5 to 4 local. And the Turkish Stars rehearsal, which we're expecting to be the last thing we broadcast on our stream today, that will be coming up at round about 16:25 local and finishing just after 5 o'clock. Now, as I've been reflecting, the Czech Air Force gradually phasing out quite a lot of its Warsaw Pact era designs in favour of newer Western ones. But here is a helicopter type that really does hark back to a slightly earlier era. The MIL My 171S, NATO codename HIP. This, however, rather different in profile from the My 8s and My 17s and My 171s that came before, because as you may have noticed as the helicopter flew past there, it's one of those in the latest configuration with a rear ramp instead of the traditional clamshell doors on the earlier models. From the 222nd Helicopter Squadron at the 22nd Helicopter Base at Námesh nad Ostravu. The pilot for the demonstration today is Captain Wojtek Holicka, the co-pilot Captain Jakub Hlavat, the weapons operator Master Sergeant Yuri Jec, and the technician on board is Master Sergeant Martin Pekarik. Demonstration, starting with the rapid deployment of a dummy onto the ground. Through its paces beyond. You were just seeing a practice of the customs service display going on in the ground display arena directly in front of our commentary point, with some, by the look of it, very powerful canine support. This latest My 171S model, not just different in appearance externally to those that came before, but also in terms of what the crew on board are experiencing, because these helicopters have got a fully glass cockpit with digital multifunction displays. Of course, it's fitted with GPS. As for those down the back, well, it can carry 24 troops in the cabin, variety of underslung loads. When fitted with stub wings, the I-171 is capable of carrying weapons, though it doesn't do so, I believe, in Czech service. They're mainly used for external fuel tanks. But they can have 7.62mm machine guns mounted in the doors. And some of the fleet are assigned to rescue taskings when they can be equipped with the likes of a stretcher on board, of course. The idea is that the HIP should remain in Czech Air Force service until circa 2035. The Czech Air Force Mil My 171S then finishing its rehearsal and returning to park on the other side of the airport. And there you can see the Royal Air Force aerobatic team. The Red Arrows have at least started their taxi, this ready for their rehearsal display. Some other activity going on the far side of the airfield. The Portuguese C-390 we saw land earlier, and the NATO A330 that came in yesterday are both now starting to be positioned towards the static park, ready for the weekend. Another Czech Air Force HIP joining us, this one on a VIP mission. This is one of the older Mi-17 models, you can see, with the traditional clamshell rear door arrangement. We've also got the Aircraft Industries L410NG version of the turbolet that I mentioned a little earlier, coming in for static. That is going to land on before the Red Arrows, I'm told. It also looks as though the Austrian Air Force Blackhawk is shortly to be with us. In fact, yes, there it is out on the horizon, heading in the same direction as the Mi-17 that's just landed. This one of the S-70A-42 versions of the Blackhawk, ordered by the Austrian Air Force and in service with the Mittlere Transport Hubschrauberstaffel, or the Medium Transport Helicopter Squadron, stationed at Thun-Langenleebahn. We expect to see another Blackhawk in the air later when the Slovak Air Force example does its rehearsal display. the Aircraft Industries L410 NG. Available to both military and civilian customers. And it's been attracting some sales successes around the world. For example, Chilean air ambulance operator ordered one, which arrived with that customer last year. There it is on the ground, this example of the L410NG. As with the L39 Skyfox, much upgraded internally with new avionics, revised interior. Other examples in service in countries like Senegal and with the Polish border guards. Tracking to rapidly clear the runway as we get ready for the rehearsal of the Red Arrows. And the LOT Embraer 170 that landed on earlier from Warsaw, about to depart on its outbound scheduled service. And they're the Red Arrows backtracking down the runway. So it looks very much as though they are going to be our next movement. The Aero Vodoki manufacturer's demonstrator L39 Skyfox is up with the Skyvan photo ship at the moment. So I'd expect they'll hold that off until after the Red Arrows have finished. And as the Red Arrows make their way along the runway, I'm delighted to be joined by another member of the Planes TV team and my much esteemed co-commentator at the Shuttleworth Collection air shows this season and into the future, Adam Landau. Adam, lovely to have you with me.
It's peculiar to be using the microphone labelled guest on a Planes TV broadcast, Ben, but yes, pleased to have a few minutes off from the camera work. Ian has popped up to take over my job for a few minutes and I get a little break during the Red Arrows.
Been enjoying yourself?
I have. It's been really good fun, and actually something that's a little bit unusual about this show site is that we end up with our camera position towards the back of the showground.
Yes.
We're that little bit further away from the flying displays, and as a camera operator that's actually been quite good fun because it means the vertical manoeuvres are a bit easier to follow. It means I'm operating the maximum extent of the zoom range pretty much all the time. I don't have to worry about focusing and zooming in and out nearly as much as I usually do. And there's also been a fun challenge with the trees out to our right hand side, with things disappearing behind the trees and then popping out again, and it's a bit of a challenge for myself to see how long I can track things for as they go through the trees. Yeah,
it is an unusual display site, isn't it? And it always takes me a little bit of a while to get used to how some of the aircraft with whose displays I'm a bit more familiar are going to end their sequence because of the need to reset, often behind us, for the downwind leg prior to landing, and they're not following their standard display ribbon for this site as the sequence comes to a close. I suppose for you, one of the challenges here is the fact that, as it has been for me trying to follow some of the sequences, there are more than a few moments when they disappear into the sun.
There's a few moments where they disappear into the sun. There's a few moments when they're behind trees. The other thing is that when you take the takeoffs and landings into account as well, we're used to having about 180 degree sweep that we need to cover, and here it's more like 300 degrees.
Yeah, but a quirky but very interesting show site, especially with this ground exercise and demonstration area right in front of us, which I know we've been enjoying as well.
Yes, and we get from our camera position a particularly good view of that, because as the viewers will have been seeing, we are elevated, we're about three stories up on the show control building, I suppose you would describe this as, and some lovely views of the activities now on the ground right in front of us, and also at very close quarters to the public, as the viewers will see over the next few days.
Red Arrows then are lining up. They enjoyed a very impressive arrival in the Czech Republic yesterday, overflying central Prague with some Jas-39 Gripens of the 211th Tactical Squadron from Čáslav providing their escort.
Now, I haven't seen the pictures from that, but I remember being on camera and we were all following them on flight radar, their progress across the Czech Republic on their way in towards us, and trying to count down to the point where they would pop out from behind the trees for their run and brake to land, which was lovely to see as always. One of three big aerobatic teams that we have at the show this week, the others being Krila Oluje, who we saw practice yesterday, and then we've got the Turkish Stars practicing later on today. Now, Ben, that'll be a first for me. It's an increasingly rare opportunity for me to see a jet aerobatic team that I've never actually watched before.
Indeed, and I haven't seen seen them since, and I was trying to think when the last time would have been, and I think it was when I went to Volkel in 2009. I think that was the last time I caught up with them. So that'll be interesting to see. That planned to be the last act on our live stream today.
Very much looking forward to that.
Yeah.
And then Krila Oluje, that was they're another tremendous team. They don't get out and about a huge amount, and I suspect we've probably got a lot of viewers who aren't overly familiar with them. But on the basis of their practice display yesterday, I think people are going to be impressed when we see their performance tomorrow.
They're brilliant, and of course last time I was here 3 years ago, they were scheduled to be here but had to pull out due to a lack of transport aircraft support, but this time no such worries, and so the Croatian Air Force aerobatic team will indeed be featuring in the weekend flying programmes. In case you, I know we're showing some of them on the screen, but there's not an unusually large number of emergency services requirements in the showground here, but these are some of the vehicles involved in the rehearsals for the ground displays going through their paces in front of us. But now on the runway, Adam, the Royal Air Force aerobatic team.
You reminded me of Sanicol. I was about to say that Plains TV has filmed every single international performance of the Red Arrows this year. I forgot they were in Sanicol. We've done all of the rest. We were out in Aero 25, we were out in Roskilde, we're here. We would have been, well, I would have been in Radom had the circumstances been a little different. It feels a little bit like we've been stalking them.
Yes, and of course they've got their season closing public performance in the UK at the IWM Duxford Flying Finale on the first Saturday of October.
And Plains TV shall be there as well, undertaking a live broadcast. Now, usually what we see at around this point is the team taking a minute or two to get together to prime their smoke systems and to get set up for the start of their display.
nesmí detekovat bankovky a zbraně a provádí kontrolu vozidla. Kolega toho detekoval za interakce balíček a myslí, že tam opravdu byly skryté velké množství finančních prostředků, které zřejmě byly pro organizované financování organizovaného zločinu. Soud pokračuje v kontrole, protože týkající osoba vyjádřovala podezřelé předměty, se pokusí dohledat v tomto případě. Nyní opět se reaguje a kontrolu tohoto předmětu je zjištěno, že uvnitř nachází nelegální veřejná zbraň. Takže odjíždí záchranná služba doprovodu obyvatelní správy a kolegové vlastně ukončili svou kontrolní činnost a tady se vlastně končí závěry zpětně a nebo
Team out behind us at the moment, getting set up for the start of their display in probably just a few moments' time, and they're going to be starting their routine in a shape that they call Amateur Big Battle, and that is a big V shape. The reason it's called Amateur Big Battle rather than Big Battle is because some of the aircraft are flying out of their normal positions. The number of each aircraft is out of sequence when you look at the formation as a whole, and that's just to aid the formation change that comes up during their first manoeuvre when they collapse into the next shape.
Děkujeme právě generální zkoušce budování v roce 2025 jsme měli možnost vidět činnost mobilního dohledu při zajištění ujíždí z pasažerů, kterou nás provedli kulturní hala Štapová, čísla odčíslení zprávy České republiky a kulturní Petr Miller, ředitel odboru dohledu generálního ředitelství cel. No, mezi jsou ukázka vrchního na zvolené další speciální nebesí nemocní nástroj dodávky vystavení Rehearsal.
Well, we think they're now running in, and indeed, here they are. Starting in that amateur big battle shape, and any second now the first formation change shall commence as the coloured smoke goes off and they transition very neatly into short diamond, the trademark shape of the Red Arrows, intersecting the sun as they go over the top of this opening loop. And this indicates that we are seeing the Red Arrows full display, the full vertical performance. And actually, Ben, I don't think I've seen their full show all year long so far.
That's a good point, either because of weather or airspace restrictions. Or indeed fuel restrictions, as the other week
Quite
in Jersey.
so, yes. And during the first half of the display, we'll be seeing the team present various different formation shapes to us. This one being called 9 Arrow. flying 9 examples of the Hawk T1, the Hawk being one of the most successful advanced jet trainers ever produced, and then also an aircraft about which its pilots are unfailingly positive.
Indeed they are, and this is now also one of the oldest platforms in Royal Air Force service.
Yes, and no longer used in the training role. It's pretty much exclusively used by the Red Arrows, and I think very occasionally medical research flights as well.
Oh, the RAFCAM
yes.
one. I don't know about that. I would have to check.
A type which we shall be continuing to see at air shows for some years, not just courtesy of the Royal Air Force but others as well. The Red Arrows due to continue flying the Hawk T1 until 2030, the Midnight Hawks from Finland flying the Hawk as well, and the Saudi Hawks currently in the midst of a transition from the Hawk Mark 65, which is roughly equivalent to the Hawk T1 except with a slightly more powerful engine and a greater fatigue life. Well, they are switching to the approximate equivalent of the Hawk T2, the Hawk Mark 165.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see whether in the more distant future we see one in civilian hands. There was one of the ex-Boscombe Down Hawk T1s in civilian ownership that was due to fly a few years back, but hasn't happened as yet.
Graceful barrel roll there, that manoeuvre a tribute to the Typhoon display team from the Royal Air Force, currently in their 20th season, and so that roll conducted in Typhoon formation. And as you can see, as they bank towards us, they are in a shape approximating the plan form of a Typhoon, the 4 aircraft at the front mimicking the nose and canards of the Typhoon, and then the big delta wing behind it. Shape that mimics that of a flying machine. That was Apollo, and now a change into what they call Big Vixen. The Red Arrows always being very careful to make sure that these formation changes occur in full view of the crowd, because it is fascinating to see the aircraft moving around within the formation as they change from one shape to the other. Here they come for the Big Vixen Presents, the coloured smoke about to come on. As the aircraft turned away from us, they all had their air brakes extended. The reason for that is because that produces extra drag. That in turn means the pilots are all using more thrust, and so the exhaust gas is hotter, and that means that the smoke burns more brightly, it billows in a fuller way, and it's all to increase the visual spectacle for us on the ground. What we're about to see if it's visible from between the trees, is arguably the Red Arrows' crowd favourite manoeuvre. And this is Tornado.
Right, we've just heard, in fact, there's a medical helicopter in the vicinity which has caused the Red Arrows to have to abort their rehearsal temporarily, and so we expect them to reset the parameters and return to us fairly soon. Red Arrows continuing to hold off while the EC-135 medevac helicopter clears. That is currently to the east of the field, so once that's out of the way I expect they will resume. Meantime, we have some tanks going through their paces adjacent to us. Practicing for one of the ground displays over the weekend.
And Ben, as I'm sure you've explained, the ground displays are a really big part of this show.
They are.
And some of them involving aerial assets as well. And before we started the stream today, there was a practice of one of the police demonstrations which involved assets on the ground, but also a Bell 212 helicopter.
Yeah, of the police, and that'll be featured over the weekend. I'm just checking our programme. because obviously we're now going to be running a bit late, but one of the next rehearsals, yes, one of the next rehearsals should be one of those combined ground and air displays involving Czech Air Force helicopter support.
I didn't know we were due to get one of those this year. Now, is that involving the Venom and the Viper?
It is involving the Venom and the Viper, even the Viper.
Excellent. Well, that'll be 2 new types for me in a flying display.
Yeah, certainly in modern form.
Well, exactly, yes.
Yes, for me too, I think, yes.
But there's always, at this event, some real gems that make me think, oh, I've never seen that before, or I haven't seen that for a very long time. Another example of that, which we're hopefully going to see later today, the Spanish Harrier. Italian Harrier.
Yes, I've never seen an Italian Harrier do a flying display. I've seen them at RIAT, but I've never seen one do a flying display, so that'll be really interesting. The single-seater taking part in the flying, the 2-seat TAV-8B is in the static park. Another combined air and ground slot later, though I don't think we'll be seeing it in the live stream, but after the Turkish Stars, we're planning to cease the live stream. We've got another demonstration with the My 171. I don't know whether the same airframe we saw earlier or a different one, but in any case, that is happening later on today and will be another feature of the weekend.
Yes, all the more reason for people to join us on Saturday and Sunday.
Yes. The Red Arrows are now established in an orbit to the northwest of the airfield. Okay, so we are resuming where we left off, Adam, after that short interval for the medical helicopter departure.
Yes, 15 minutes after I first introduced it. This is Tornado.
Yes. Looking tremendous against this blue sky.
talking a little while ago about how the first half of the Red Arrows display is when we see all of the 9-ship formations. Well, we're now coming to the end of the first half of the display, and this is where the team splits into smaller groups, and we start to see some of the higher energy maneuvers, the higher G-forces, the synchronized and opposing aerobatics, and that will start momentarily. But now the team is coming in from our left for their last pass as a 9-ship. They are back in their trademark Diamond 9 shape, the smoke shortly to come on. Turn away from us, the formation splits in two. Out to our left is what is known as Enid formation. That's Reds 1 to 5, named after Enid Blyton's famous 5. And to our right, the 4 aircraft of Hannah. That's Reds 6 and 7, the synchro pair, joined by Reds 8 and 9. Both of those groups of aircraft are now putting their smoke on and coming back in towards show centre for a manoeuvre called the 5-4 cross.
And although many of our viewers on the live stream will, I'm sure, be well aware of this, Adam, worth mentioning nonetheless that Hannah, named after the late squadron leader Ray Hannah, one of the most famous display pilots of all time.
Yeah.
Team leader for a then record 4 seasons in the late 1960s when the team was still flying the Hawker Siddeley Gnat. Later, just one of the greatest warbird display pilots, co-founder with his late son Mark of the Old Flying Machine Company at Duxford, and purveyor of the most spectacular Spitfire displays for many a year. He passed away 20 years ago this year.
Now, Enid coming round from the left for Twister, a manoeuvre reintroduced to the show this year, hadn't been seen since 2016. And as Enid depart front right, Hannah will arrive from the front for one of their most popular and most photographed manoeuvres. Reds 8 and 9 performing synchronised barrel rolls, 6 and 7 performing synchronised aileron rolls, and now they prepare to split. And that is the Hannah break. Reds 6 and 8 out to one side, 7 and 9 out to the other, and they are performing a synchronised sequence of derry turns and repositioning manoeuvres which will bring all 4 aircraft back in towards show centre for the Hannah pass. 5 aircraft to our right and 1 coming in from the left. This will be for the Goose. Red 6 and 7, the synchro pair, have been performing a very rapid rejoin out in the distance in front of us, which was actually pretty impressive to watch if you know what you're looking for. They're now coming in directly from the front. They're about to pitch up and draw something with their smoke. Just slotting into position on the outside of the formation, having recently drawn the spear through the heart. 7 aircraft, white smoke on, and they are about to pitch up into a manoeuvre called a quarter clover. It is akin to a loop, but with a 90-degree twist on the up line, so that the exit of the manoeuvre is 90 degrees offset from the entry. It's something that looks very simple, but to fly it precisely is pretty difficult. And as they come over the top of this quarter clover, the coloured smoke will come on for the vertical break. Small changes in the Red Arrows routine from one year to the next. This is one of them. It's a familiar manoeuvre in the most part, often referred to as carousel, opposing 360-degree turns with the smoke colour changing at each of the 3 crosses. But as you saw a few moments ago, they've added some barrel rolls on the way in, and they now call it circus. That has occurred in recent years, commencing now. This manoeuvre used to be called Python, and it was a long-standing part of the Red Arrows display ever since about 2008, drawing a 5-mile-long ribbon of smoke in the sky through 2 barrel rolls. Well, last year they changed it. They took out the second barrel roll and they replaced it with a 360-degree turn. It's now called Serpent. the chance to grill Red 10 Squadron Leader Graham Muscat, who'll be talking you through this display tomorrow, earlier this year, about their current display sequence and why some of the changes have been made. It's a fascinating sit-down interview, that, and you can see the results of it on our streaming service. We've got a shortened version out on our YouTube channel as well. He was telling me that this change, the change from Python to Serpent, was in order to keep the aircraft closer to show centre and therefore closer to the public. Completing Serpent in line abreast with all 5 aircraft flying alongside each other, as now we come into a brand new manoeuvre introduced for this season, created by Red 6, and this is Chainsaw. Oh, that was a seamless transition from Ian on our main camera. Transitioning from the synchro pair over to Enid as they run in for their next manoeuvre. The smoke about to come on. This is the most challenging manoeuvre in Enid's repertoire. It's the last one that the new pilots have to tackle. Tight matched barrel rolls from the inside of the formation to the outside. This is the rollbacks. Another new manoeuvre is taking shape out to our front as the aircraft join up from Hannah section. A speedy rejoin after that 2 versus 2 opposition pass, getting in formation and shortly to roll out on the line towards us. This is a manoeuvre called Tempest, introduced this year. As the smoke comes on, the manoeuvre shall start to take shape as 8 and 9 perform barrel rolls around Red 6. But with the benefit of our long lens camera, you can see there's another aircraft there as well, Red 7, hiding in the smoke of Red 6. They're about to split in the Tempest. Of the display, this bit, providing we do see the full sequence, which actually I am yet to see this year, this bit of the show also may take on a slightly different shape to usual, and I'll explain that momentarily. But first, let's watch the synchro pair Red 6 and 7 as they come down to just 100 feet for their last opposition pass. The last of the conventional opposition passes, at least. And what we shall see momentarily should be the sight of all 9 aircraft in the same piece of sky at the same time, albeit not in formation, as they come in for their final manoeuvre. The smoke comes on out to our front. Reds 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 and 8 about to pull into the vertical for the palm split. The synchro pair would have come back to perform one last opposition pass underneath the brake, but not today. Oh well, I go another day without having seen the full Red Arrows 2025 full display sequence, maybe tomorrow. Red 1 will now get the team gathered up. They will get into a single formation and fly down the runway with the smoke on to break into the landing pattern. This is not part of the display, it is a landing break. It is the quickest, safest and most efficient way to get a large group of aircraft into the landing pattern and subsequently onto the ground.
So there we go, the Red Arrows successfully rehearsed.
Yes, I enjoyed that. Great to see them in blue skies.
Yeah.
It's not very often I've seen that so far in the 2025 season.
Yes, combined with a full height show, even if it wasn't an uninterrupted show. So hopefully we'll get full height, uninterrupted displays over the weekend. Thanks for joining me, Adam, and hope you enjoyed that.
I certainly did. Thank you, Ben. I am going to waddle off in the direction of Ian's camera now so that he can go and do something else.
Yes, indeed. Thanks, Adam. Adam Landau there, part of the Planes TV team and, of course, very well-known commentator. Also, Adam then heading away. The Red Arrows will shortly be positioning into land, and then we've got quite a backlog of arrivals to get in before we move on with our next rehearsal. Flying down the main runway axis. And we're going to see the very spectacular downward palm split. The Ninehawk T1's heading towards all points of the compass. A gorgeous way to conclude their rehearsal here at Ostrava today. Obviously, because of that intermission to the Red Arrows rehearsal caused by the arrival in the local airspace of a priority flight by a Medivac helicopter, we're running a little behind the planned schedule for rehearsals now. So once they're on the ground, we are expecting to see the L-39 Skyfox of its manufacturer, Aero Vodoki, performing its rehearsal and then landing on with us. We've also got an Italian P-180 Avanti due in. Then there are the two Czech helicopters, the Venom and the Viper, performing as part of one of the combined air and ground displays. At least that's what's listed on my schedule. And then at about, well, we're running roughly 20 minutes behind schedule now, so at about 1/4 the next hour should be the AV-8B of the Italian Navy going through its rehearsal paces, though I suppose that may slip a little further still. A big hello to everyone watching the live stream, wherever you may be doing so from. Hope you're having a lovely day in our company here on the Planes TV live feed from NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days 2025 here at Ostrava in the Czech Republic, or Czechia. departure in front of us by the Czech police Bell 412 back off to its home base, but returning to us on both show days for the police ground demonstration. And just before that you saw on final approach the Italian P180 Avanti. There's also a Czech Air Force Airbus C295 twin turboprop transport on its way into us, and I've mentioned the fact that the L39 Skyfox demonstrator is nearly with us as well. We have the excellent luxury here of an arrivals and rehearsals schedule that is effectively updated in real time, and so I see that we're expecting the Skyfox to be the next rehearsal, running, yes, roughly half an hour behind schedule after that delay in the middle of the Red Arrows rehearsal, and then we'll be going on from the Skyfox hopefully into the Italian AV-8B with its rehearsal, and then the Czech Air Force air and ground demo, or Czech military air and ground demo I should say, featuring the Venom and Viper making their debut in Czech Air Force service. Then the plan is it'll be the Slovak UH-60 rehearsal, and then the last rehearsal of the day, the Turkish Stars. The very smart winglet equipped C-295 of the Czech Air Force then joining us. And that should leave the way clear for our next rehearsal. And I can see the aircraft that's going to be performing that rehearsal holding off. This is an aircraft I've already spoken about a little bit when we saw it arriving earlier in the form of a recently delivered Czech Air Force example. There is a manufacturer's demonstrator specimen of the Aero Vodoki L39 Skyfox. My schedule had that as being a rehearsal on arrival, but apparently that appears to have been changed. Yes, it has just changed to say arrival. Apologies for that. Yes, in fact it now says rehearsal cancelled for the L39 Skyfox, but I'm sure we'll be seeing it in the air over the weekend as planned in the hands of the Aero Vodoki test pilot Vladimir Tovarek. You can see on screen the Italian AV-8B, which will now be our next rehearsal, and being towed over from the far side of the airfield where it parked on arrival yesterday, the Airbus A330 multi-role tanker transport from NATO. In the markings, of course, of the Royal Netherlands Air Force.
take-off našeho operátory italského námořnictva, který je Nico Lopato Nabo.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear Tom lovers, good morning. I'm Lieutenant Nicola Parto, Nabo, on behalf of the Italian Navy and Naval Aviation, I welcome you to the iconic AV-8B Harrier Maneuvers. Our unit's name is Group 5, which literally means Embarked Pilot Squadron. Since 1991, Group 5 has been the backbone fighter unit of the supporting the Turkish Stars but also from Italian aircraft carriers. I was to combat probe and that is now tourism flight and the SKU that represents today Eagle Sea air power projection capability and is just being deployed. The dynamic instruction around short takeoff and vertical landing solar. The ADP platform which has accumulated over 30 years of operational experience and market carriers are now complemented by the fifth generation Type aircraft, making the Italian Navy the only EVP generation Navy and our squadron one of the very few units flying with two different pipelines in a very advanced level of integration. The squadron emblem is the work representing the strength and unity of the battle. Today, the field pilot presenting the AV-8B Harrier is Commander Fabio Buganè, Cox and Huber. He's been a Harrier pilot for over 25 years and has flown almost 3,000 hours on the AV-8B.
Buber is one of the most experienced naval aviators in the global Harrier community, with more than 700 carrier landing. On the radio, keeping a watchful eye is our skipper, Captain G.B. Molteni, a naval aviator and test pilot with over 6,000 flight hours across 40 different fighters and conventional aircraft, still actively flying Harriers and F-35s as he leads from the front. The unique capability of the Harrier here demonstrated will be the short takeoff used on STOVL aircraft carrier, which allow the jet to become airborne in as little as 80 meters. I say 80 meters with the aero ski jump. We're now seeing him rolling for the takeoff. As I say, we need just 80 meters to get airborne, so we'll see him taking off from that position to start the display. The maneuvers you will witness with amaze and showcase the flexibility and versatility of this aircraft, capable of providing power projection from the sea in defense of the fleet, as well as offering direct support and acting as a force multiplier in amphibious operation. We are seeing some traffic in front of the Harrier, just a little bit of patience and we will get him airborne as soon as possible. As I say, it doesn't need a lot of runway to get airborne. As I say, just 80 meters, so that's the reason why he's rolling to this position to get airborne.
Sorry Ben, any joy now?
and now it's getting ready to kick off. Right after takeoff, almost like in a carrier catch to rejoin the formation, Alfred taking off from the ship will jump right into a small radio 360 degrees stern. After the sum of the roll on the runway, we rotate then the nozzle and literally jump off the runway to get airborne. Here we go, the engine's pulling up. And off we go. And here is Boober at 280 knots closing the circle. And now up to the half Cubanate using all the energy of that Pegasus engine. Here we go, what goes up must come down. Here it comes on the way down, quick counter roll to the position for our right to left runway flyby. And now he's inverted over the field. Now exiting to the right, we perform a daring maneuver that will move her back on the two-circle fight. We need speed, G's, and definitely the nozzles. Coming down, high speed ingress at the corner speed. Mover will now pull up a 5G left turn while feeding some nozzle for extra bite before an IR shot, just for fun, not for real of course. And then we'll follow by a barrel roll to come back pointed at us. Here we go, he's turning toward us. And now let's get into a steep climb straight into the vertical just over our heads. No exhaust going to admire, but the phenomenal 4 Harrier nozzles. sniffing the horizon is now inverted over the field, 6,000 feet, about 220 knots, and the world is upside down again and again. And now down to perform a mid-throttle split as we get ready to show you the very unique capability of the Harrier, what we call thrust vectoring control. You see now climbing and pushing over using only the engine nozzle that we quickly put him in a controlled descent at only 60 knots. 60. Basically over from there. The next maneuver, called Flop Himmelmann, will give us another glance of the amazing capability of the thrust vectoring by performing a sharp Himmelmann map, very tight by the use of the nozzle right over the top. And here are the nozzle to get the jet moving. We can now admire the most iconic part of this demo, the V-stall capability of the Harrier. Buber now is configuring the aircraft for a rolling vertical landing, essentially a slow speed, low altitude pass from which he will transition directly into a hover, just as he will do during an approach to an aircraft carrier. And the gear coming down, as we can see from here. final high speed, low pass. And now we can see if we can make Booger over the radio to say ciao.
Go Booger!
Aviation, thank you for being here today and for your warm appreciation to this very salty demonstration. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Děkujeme, dámy a pánové, viděli jsme jeden z dalších highlightů letošního ročníku Dnu NATO. Podruhé v historii letoun Harrier. Poprvé jsme ho viděli před 15 roky v podání britských vzdušných sil, letos tedy v podání partnerského státu Itálie. Děkujeme za komentování komentátorovi Niko Loparkovi, zvanému na bod.
Well, we decided there to bring you the English language commentary that will be broadcast over the main public address here at NATO Days for the Italian Navy AV-8B Plus Harrier 2. We'll be doing that over the weekend for a number of the flying items. That's still one of the aircraft that stops any airshow crowd in its tracks, and so it is with pretty much everyone on the airfield during this Arrivals and Rehearsals day at Ostrava. One, of course, of just two naval air arms still operating the Harrier in Europe today, the other being the Spanish Navy. And thankfully the Italians set to do so for a good few years yet, 2028 to 2030 or so. The expectation for phase out of the Italian AV-8Bs of Gruppo Air, the Gruppo Aerei Imbarcati, the embarked aviation group known as the Wolves. And absolutely fascinating to read recently of the joint operations these aircraft have been undertaking with the F-35Bs, both of Gruppo Aer and also of the Italian Air Force, specifically the 101st Gruppo, which was only reactivated at the beginning of July this year. For example, they undertook a joint deployment to Landivisiau in France, home of the French Navy's Rafales, for training purposes. Both France and Italy very committed to the notion of using carrier strike groups for power protection, and some very effective training between the two air arms, with three platforms, F-35B, AV-8B and Rafale, resulted.
Pozor, pozor, hovoří vám jednotky NATO.
But now it's time for our next rehearsal, and this is where we see the ground exercise area coming into play.
S rukama nad hlavou a nic se vám nestane. Bude s vámi zacházeno dle mezinárodního humanitárního válečného práva. Pokud se nevzdáte, budeme nuceni použít.
This is where we also see an air show first for the Czech Air Force, but on the ground, the first action getting underway in a joint demonstration with ground elements of the 7th Mechanized Brigade of the Czech Army.
Působení jednotlivých informačních hodnot, které využívají takzvaný long range audio device. a pokusili se nepřítele přesvědčit vzdušný prostoru, využít takzvanou měkkou neletální sílu k tomu, aby budoucnosti nebylo odvolčená. Nicméně, jak jste viděli, nepřítel právě vypálil takovou řízenou stranu na BZP-2 a dal taky jasně najevo, že elektropovědný efektivní se eskalovat situace a využít takzvané tvrdé letální síly, tedy veškerý palební prostředky. Protože nepřítel stále disponuje proti nebylo stranu, rozhodl se elektropovědný síly zažádat svého nadřízeného o leteckou podporu, takzvaný Skyfox Upgrades, tak aby před útokem samotných pozemních jednotek, které jsou do určité míry zranitelné nepřítele, byla provedena palebná příprava bojů. Nepřítel tak byl částečně neutralizován z větší vzdáleností, než je dosah jeho zbraní.
Specifically, what we're going to see here involves elements of the 71st Mechanised Battalion and the 91st Information Warfare Group, together with the aerial assets of the 22nd Helicopter Base, stationed at Náměšť nad Ostravu. And those helicopter assets come in the form of two types that we've not seen in Czech service in the NATO Days flying display before. Specifically, we have examples of the Bell AH-1Z Viper and UH-1Y Venom. And here they are coming in to join the fight. The commander of the mechanised unit on the ground has received the task of neutralising enemy forces in the area of operation. Both of these helicopters operated by the 221st Helicopter Squadron, which previously operated the MIL Mi-24V Hind. And what we're seeing here are examples of the state-of-the-art versions of two very famous, very closely related helicopter families from Bell, namely the UH-1 Huey, or Iroquois, and the AH-1 Cobra, initially known as the Huey Cobra. On the battlefield, we've got three BVP-2 vehicles. This being an amphibious armoured tracked vehicle. providing rear cover for the deployment of the infantry element across the battlefield. They're equipped with TTD small arms. Closing in to the point at which they'll be able to throw grenades into the area occupied by the hostile forces. But it appears that one of the Czech soldiers has been wounded in the course of the engagement. You can see some of his colleagues rushing to him, and the infantry element commander has requested a field first aid specialist to deploy to the scene, the so-called combat lifesaver, to provide treatment. The rest of the unit, meanwhile, maintaining a presence around the perimeter of the battlefield, keeping an eye out for further threats. It may well be that the soldiers' injuries are such that air evacuation is called for. And indeed, aerial assistance has been called upon, and that will come in the form of the UH-1Y. This is a variant of the twin Huey family, a pair of T700G-401C engines, capable of transporting 8 fully equipped troops with their weapon systems. Able to be armed with guns in the doors and with either guided or unguided rockets in pods. The same engines power the AH-1Z, which is going to be providing top cover to the UH-1Y in this scenario. A 20mm cannon, the main armament of the AH-1Z, with additional guided and unguided missiles able to be carried on 6 weapon pylons on the stub wings. Of course, it has all manner of latest generation infrared and electro-optical sensors, as well as a precision targeting system. Standard armament, 8 Hellfire air-to-surface missiles, 14 guided or unguided missiles, and some 650 20mm rounds of ammunition. All of that in various combinations. But in comes the UH-1Y to effect the casualty evacuation. The sensors of the AH-1Z above being brought to bear here, ensuring the security of the perimeter of the battlefield and thus a safe pickup of the casualty by the UH-1Y. The combat lifesaver has provided the initial response, and that will now be continued at a field hospital in order hopefully to save the life of the casualty. So with the wounded soldier under evacuation, the unit commander has been requested by higher command to return to base. In the meantime, a check on the status of all the personnel, equipment and ammunition used in this engagement is being carried out. And there are the BVP-2s departing from the battlefield. As the two helicopters proceed back in for the finale of the display. closing salute also in the hover from the Bell AH-1Z and UH-1Y. Elements there from the Czech Army's 91st Information Warfare Group from Olomouc, the 3rd Company of the 71st Mechanised Battalion at Hranica na Morave, and the 2 helicopters from the 221st Helicopter Squadron at Náměšť nad Ostravu. We've got more rotary action coming up next with the Slovak Blackhawk performing its rehearsal, and then what's scheduled to be the last action of the day on our live stream, the rehearsal by the Turkish Air Force Türk Yıldızlar, the Turkish Stars. Starting its rehearsal then, the Sikorsky UH-60M Blackhawk of the 1st Helicopter Squadron of the Slovak Air Force based at Prešov. The Blackhawk entered Slovak service in 2017. It's replacing the Mi-17 HIP fleet of the Slovak Air Force. And this exceptionally versatile helicopter has many roles in Slovakia. It can support the civil authorities, for example, with firefighting, relief in the wake of natural disasters and so forth, alongside the sort of military tasks that are the UH-60's bread and butter. Very much part the Blackhawk of Slovakia ending its reliance on Russian-built equipment, and much evidence of this will be seen here at NATO Days over the weekend as we present some flypasts from some of the Air Force's first F-16s. without question, one of the most successful battlefield helicopters of all time. It started life as a successor to the Bell UH-1 Iroquois, the Huey. The first flight was in October 1974. Who would have thought then that variants of the Huey, like the UH-1Y we've just seen in Czech Air Force service, would still be being built more than half a century later. The design intended to be transportable in the cargo hold of a C-130 Hercules, and of course to have high survivability for the crew during battlefield missions. Room for 11 fully equipped troops in the cabin, and it can carry a 4-ton indeed, underslung load. This is the latest UH-60M model, quite a major update on the ones that went before. The rotor blades are more efficient, it's got upgraded avionics, more powerful General Electric T701 turboshaft engines, and first deliveries of UH-60Ms to the US Army took place in 2006. But a quartet of older UH-60A models are based in Slovakia, specifically at Košice, for training purposes with the Slovak Training Academy, which is operated by a commercial contractor, European Air Services. Blackhawks have been stationed in Europe for years with the US Army, going way back into the Cold War, but they've been comparatively uncommon with European operators. Nonetheless, battlefield configured UH-60s and S-70s are flown by Austria. We saw one of their S-70s arriving earlier, by Croatia as well, Sweden and Turkey, aside from Slovakia. Further nations are now adding to that list. Albania has received its first two UH-60s. Lithuania will be receiving 4 UH-60Ms, first deliveries of those expected towards the end of this year. Portugal has also become a Blackhawk operator, the Portuguese Air Force, receiving a first pair for firefighting duties before the end of 2023. Further examples on order for the Portuguese Army. Colonel Stefan Okosh there displaying the UH-60M Blackhawk from the 1st Helicopter Squadron of the Slovak Air Force. And so we're expecting the next activity to be the last that we show you on this live stream today, and it's the second of our national aerobatic team rehearsals of the afternoon, and it's a team that's not appeared at NATO Days for 12 years, 2 previous appearances, 2011 and 2013 to its name. We get the Czech Air Force C295M that arrived earlier, away on departure. And once that's cleared the airspace, it'll be time for this final rehearsal of our programme today. I think these Northrop NF5A and NF5Bs of the Turkish Stars, upgraded as they have been to NF5A and B 2000 standard, must now be the oldest airframes in service with any European national display team. As the NF designation suggests, these are ex-Royal Netherlands Air Force jets, subsequently supplied to the Turkish Air Force once the Dutch had retired their freedom fighter fleet. The establishment of the Turkish Stars, or the Türk Yıldızları, followed a 21-year break in the performances of regularly constituted Turkish Air Force aerobatic teams. The Turkish Stars started their activities in 1992, initially within the command of the 3rd Main Jet Base at Konya. An initial 4 pilots started training, and that process was completed in January 1993. That was their first season of display flying. And they went on, as the 1990s progressed, to spread their wings across the European airshow circuit, including a first visit to the UK for the Royal International Air Tattoo in 1996. The first ex-Dutch NF5s were received by the Turkish Air Force in 1987. And here we see the team beginning with a recce of the display area before they go into their full rehearsal. The aircraft slightly modified for use by the team. The removal of, for example, the gun ports, the chaff and flare dispensers. A total of 10 NF5s, mostly single-seat A models, but also including a single 2-seat B model, were officially handed over in the summer of 1994, once the modifications, those ones and others, were carried out. And in total today, the unit has 10 single-seaters and 6 two-seaters on strength. Leading the team for 2025 is Lieutenant Colonel Kurzat Komur. The number 2 pilot, Lieutenant Colonel Mehmet Balta. Number 3, Lieutenant Colonel Hasan Kotsabas. Turkish Star number 4 is Major Alim Kotsaman. Number 5, Major Gökhan Esen. Number 6, Major Sami Yaltsin. And number 7, Major Mehmet Kilic. Of those 7 pilots, 6 making up the display for 2025, and here they come in for their opening manoeuvre. Separating off that pass in Arrow formation into 2 groups of 3 aeroplanes. Of which 3 enter from the left for synchronised aileron rolls. now of the other three aeroplanes, two in mirror formation, the third barrel rolling around their smoke. Next on the agenda, according to their ribbon diagram, should be the re-entry of three of the aircraft for a line astern loop. There they are. As they clear the arena to the left, the other three NF5s have positioned directly in front of us, and they should be running in for a crossing break. Looking next for a 2 versus 2 cross, two aircraft from the left, two from the right, to cross at the display datum. Although today just one of each doing so. This, in fact, is where we get the 2 versus 2 cross. We've seen the aircraft put smoke on in red and white and split in the distance. And here they come in for the crossover. The other 2 aircraft have got back into formation. They're running in from the left. One inverted, the other upright. Solo element with a series of climbing rolls. Returning for much the same in the other direction. Off to the half left, we see 3 of the other aircraft performing a barrel roll. And exiting in Vic formation. Looking into the increasingly golden early evening sky here at Ostrava. 2 of the other NF5s should be positioning in front of us. There they are, off in the distance, separating and putting the smoke on. A salute to all you viewers of our Planes TV stream today. This is the Turkish Stars Heart. and the two aircraft that just described the Heart with their smoke running in for a crossover. In comes the four-ship in box formation. And they're going to be performing a downward bomb burst. Soloist pulling up into a negative G climb with a roll as he departs the display area. And coming back in to perform what should be an inverted wing rock. In fact, that's the job of the other soloist. Here's that inverted wing rocking pass. To the far left, the four-ship main formation are getting configured for their next fly past. Running in a loose battle formation, performing consecutive barrel rolls. They're now in front of us, and to the right the speed has slowed. Those 4 pilots putting the undercarriages down on their NF5s as one of the soloists runs in to crosswind them. Crossing through the middle of the diamond formation, which now closes up. Just one more manoeuvre for the second soloist, this in the form of a dedication pass. Which we expect in from the right. Just one more manoeuvre of the show remains. The smoke goes on in the distance in front of us, and the 6-ship formation that we saw at the start now down to 5 for this final manoeuvre of the display, with the other soloist positioning to land, and there the final split of the 2025 Turkish Stars. Some lovely views there of the NF5s of the Turkish Stars on their landing rollout down the airport runway here at Ostrava Czech Airport. And that providing the conclusion to this first live broadcast from NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days 2025. Hope you've enjoyed it as an accompaniment to your Friday. Thanks to all of you who've contributed to the chat, and thanks once again from all at Planes TV to Chris for moderating it. Now, we have, of course, still got the two main show days here at Ostrava to come, and we're going to be starting very early because it's a very early start for a flying display. I say flying display, plenty of ground displays interspersing the aerial action as well. The display starts at just before 0900 local time tomorrow, and we'll be starting our live stream on day one proper of this magnificent show at 8:45 in the morning local time. So if you're watching in the UK, you'll need to be up at 7:45 tomorrow morning to see the start of the broadcast, and then just before 8 o'clock UK time the flying displays here get underway. It's going to be a great day, and we've got a really interesting attraction for the first time in 13 years. We're going to be seeing a US Air Force B-52H Stratofortress in the NATO Days flying program. We've had them here on static display since then, but several flypasts due from a USAF B-52 tomorrow. And to close our live program today, we're going to go back to NATO Days 2012 and bring you some footage of the B-52 that took part in the flying display that year as something of a taster for tomorrow. So until we join you tomorrow morning, bright and early, from all of the Planes TV team and the NATO Days and Czech Air Force team, including me, Ben Dunnell, goodbye, thanks for watching, and enjoy this B-52 to play us out.
40 kg pum, což je podžvistu nebo bombonici uvnitř trupu. A dále 24 kusů 340 kg pum, nesených pod křídly. Pravděpodobností udělá nízký průlet nad runway, ještě než přistane. Bude to takzvaný fish touch and go, kdy se dotkne runway a zase vzlétne. Uvidíme, co si pro nás piloti připravili. Podívat. Letoun opět vzlétá a pravděpodobně udělá průlet nad třídeskovým stezkem, aby se opět dostal nad Ostravu a přiblížil se k runway číslo 22 mošnovského letiště. Já znovu připomínám, že takováhle letecká ukázka bombardéru B-52 v kombinaci se statickou ukázkou, kdy tady máme další bombardér. Samozřejmě toto Puma má spoustu upgradeů, znamená je vpředu a vzadu určitý doplnění. Testovat, protože může mít případně nějakou pohonou jednotku. Tím pádem to má skutečně takovou intenzivní jednotku, která dosáhne i jinak než obyčejná Puma, která spadne na zem. A pro nás, pro jednotky EOD, je to zajímavé tím, že když tato Puma nevybuchne,